Are we ready? I know I am. So, whether or not you are, it's time for another episode of the Indie Tales Game Dev live stream. Hey, my name is Adam. Looking crazy today. You are the Pixel Pals. I've already said the name of the show, so without further ado, it's time to go. Welcome everyone to the Friday edition of the stream. Today we're working on more Insignia dev, working on the Steam demo, which I think I'll push live today, despite the fact that it's I guess what I'll do is I'll work on it and then I'll push it right as the stream ends. So we had a little bit of an update we had to make before we could push it live, because Steam doesn't like the fact that it had a Patreon link in it. So that's that. I'm actually surprised that that's a problem, mostly because I think like the game is not for sale right now, so why would I not be able to? Anyway, doesn't matter. So I want to say a big welcome to everybody who's here in chat already on YouTube and Twitch. Welcome, those of you lurking and chatting. And a big thank you to most recent follower, Ventu Mortis, and most recent subscriber, Secret Games. We are so close, 22 follows away from 50k. It's getting pretty serious now. So we might cross that today. Hey Ocelot, how's it going? Alrighty. So today I'm mostly just tinkering around the demo and working on other bits and pieces. So, you know, it is what it is. Yesterday I attended an event in the city. It was a game developers kind of like showcase meetup event. I also received an email yesterday to attend like a local Comic-Con with the game a bit later in the year, a couple months from now. So I think I might do it just to do it. It's not like a massive exposure opportunity. There will be, I think, few people at the event compared to like what it's like regional. It's not like in Sydney. So yeah, it could be fun. I like that area. So the music is overtaking my voice? How can that be? Are you sure? The music's at like -14. Really? Am I that quiet, or is there something wrong with my mic? Maybe I'm just speaking too quietly. What do you think? Is everybody in agreement with that? Am I speaking too quietly? Maybe I just wasn't speaking into the mic. All right. So yeah, that's kind of what's been happening with me. I did not get enough sleep last night, I don't think. It didn't feel like I got enough sleep until I woke up. Like on waking up, I was like, oh, that was enough. And then like over the day, it's been like, that was not enough. So, all right. Good morning. Yeah, maybe that was just a loud song. Like now you probably don't have that same problem, right? What I'll do is I'll put the volume up on in my ears so that I have to speak louder to be heard through it. Okie dokie. So, what shall we do? I think what I was doing was just making sure that the enemy animations that the team has been working on are in the game. Let me just delete this. Updates. In fact, I should probably finish what I'm doing right now. Updates various settings menus to have lower prompt row. To have lower row prompts or button inputs. I'm having a little bit of trouble with one of these. So when you go to like audio, you can see down here, I'm showing you what buttons do what. Video, same thing. And if I save it, nothing changes. But if I go to controls and keyboard and I change something, it breaks. And I don't know why that is. So we have to solve that. I'm a bit confused because there's kind of no reason. Yeah, there's just no reason why it wouldn't do that. Unless, well, unless it's literally, I don't know what is that? That's something in, oh, that's nothing. I mean, that's it. Actually, we'll know because we can do this. It happens twice. Well, that's not good. It didn't happen at all that time. So it's literally written there. And then when I go over to here and I press dirt, it disappears, but it's not gone. In fact, the prompts are still there. They're just not visible. That's a problem. Canvas is on and active. Container is fine. Everything seems to be in order. If I take it and I pull it down here, or not there, well, that's going to clear it, obviously. Let's try again. Ding, ding, ding. So, are they still like around, or are they actually disabled? It looks like they're not around. It looks like they're just gone. Which makes me think that something to do with the canvas, like alpha group. Oh, there it is. Okay. Why does that change? Something is clearing these every single frame. Oh, I see. When we lock the menu, it clears them. Okay. That's not great. I guess it makes sense. If you can't interact, then you can't. I shouldn't show you a prompt. But this should be like public bool is cleared. Because we don't want to call that constantly. That's no good. And then I think I understand what's happening, because if I go to keyboard wizard, there is an active context set locked, which that can't be like that. I don't know why it's like that, but it can't be like that. So now if I go to controls, keyboard, I change this to this, still no good. I'm not sure why that needs to do that. Do I use the Steam API for control mapping? I actually don't, but maybe I should. There's literally nothing in the game that knows about anything to do with Steam. Interesting. I'm in the middle of like where I'm at with the game controls right now is there's like a next step that I definitely need to take, but it requires a refactor that's quite extensive across the game. And until I have the time to invest into making that refactor, I'm just not changing any APIs or doing anything different. I'm only maintaining what's there right now. Good. Okay, well, that worked. Not a big fan of... wait a second. Why does it need to lock the UI when I do that? Just trying to think about what I could have meant. I don't think it's possible to do anything else. I think that's fine. I have to be okay with that. I hope that works. Actually, what I wanted to check was what happens if I change the controls. So right now it says Z is change key. If I change it, now it says Z is change key still. So I need to actually update that in real time. So it's more like this. Change this to I, and then down the bottom, you can't see that, but now you can. It says I is change key. Now it says Z is change key. So I have to do it like that. And the problem here is that the wizard is set up, the keyboard wizard, like the controls are set up such that everything binds back to what they would on a console. So this is the forward action in the menu. This is like continue, but it's also jump. So in the game, it's coded as jump. So if you change what jump is, you're also changing what confirm is, which most games don't do that. I've bound the menu action with the game action. And it made sense when I was starting, but it stopped making sense very quickly after that. And I just haven't had the time or the energy or the whatever to refactor it. And I'm using Rewired, which is probably not worth it anymore, given that the new Unity input system exists. Do I have 2 active lives on my YouTube channel? That shouldn't be like that. Let me fix that. Sorry about that. There we go. That should fix it. Sometimes that happens, and I don't know why that happens. I have no idea why it happens. It's just, I press the button, and I guess if I press it when there's no video stream or something, I don't know. It can like duplicate if I haven't scheduled a stream. Anyway. So, I'm so tired today that like my little poor executive function brain is like, so we're redoing the whole input system right now, right? Just because I spoke about it. It's like, so we're going to do that? I'm like, no, we're not going to do that. Yeah. So the way that it does work on a Switch Pro controller, but you might have to, I mean, it works on my controller, but this is not a Switch Pro controller, I guess. This is a 8-bit DOE controller, which works as a Pro controller, but I don't know if it does that when you plug it in. Have you tried the difference between plugging it in via USB versus using Bluetooth? Could you report back with that? I also had to go into Steam Big Picture mode and press Pro controller support. I think that changed something. I've tested it on PlayStation and these 8-bit DOE ones. I haven't tested it on every possible controller, but yeah, maybe we could do that. Cool. Yeah, obviously it should all just work. And like I said, pending a complete overhaul of the input system, there's limited stuff I can do right now. So there were open issues here. So, see how zoom out, move, and zoom in remain even if you've quit out of the map. So, that is if it's plugged in via USB and it just keeps throwing me into your feedback webpage, could you close the game, plug it, unplug it, plug it back in, and open the game and see if it does anything different? It looks like it's trying to read the directional input permanently. I'm not sure. I can. It's something that I would address because Pro controllers are pretty popular. So, okay. So we want, when we close the world graph, close. We want to clear the menu. Okay, well that should just fix that, shouldn't it? But it doesn't reassign these ones. So then pause menu. This has on enable. And the problem with this is that on enable, it's already enabled. It's like I'm opening the pause menu. I'm opening the map on top. When I go back from the map, the pause menu never got disabled, so it's never going to reassign its menus, the prompts. So we should say menu setup prompts. Void setup prompts. And then, I mean, I probably won't even put that there, but later I think I want something that's like receives focus. So this is a game menu page, which is a mono behavior, and then this has focus. Happens there. Active context. Have I got a Unity event in the active context system? iContext layer, context system, context on context changed. Good. So anything that is a context okay. Yeah, it is already doing that. It should already do that. Like I'll show you. Okay. Nothing, 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 something. It's about 30% of the dead zone. It's quite a heavy dead zone. Yeah. This might be a compatibility issue with Unity. I know with if I plug in a Super Nintendo controller, like a Switch Super Nintendo USB controller, it will cycle buttons constantly. If I open it up in Windows' USB gamepad reader, it will just press all the buttons all the time, which is so sad because it's such a cool. They're such cool controllers. Yeah, I wonder if someone's written a driver for them. People say it just works, but I don't think it does just work. Not for me, anyway. Hey, Merlin's Beard, thank you so much. Maybe it's something to do with... I don't know. I don't know why it's not, why we, Squiggy, have this problem, but not everybody else. It could just be Unity context specifically. Okay, so what I need to do at the moment is yeah, Steam is a confounding factor. So there's an I context layer is fine. Menu controller. And then menu prompt row is fine. Equipment menu is fine. If I go to pause menu, I guess what I want to do on start is say game context system dot instance dot on context change dot add listener. If it is this, set up props. But it's not this, it's menu. Like another weird thing that's happening right now is when I plug the PlayStation controller in, when I unplug the PlayStation controller, Unity thinks that a button is being pressed to look up constantly when I unplug it. Yeah, so annoying. So that works, which is good. Hey, lol, wow, cool. What VS Code extensions do I use? I use a bunch of different ones. Mostly just environment plugins like developer plugins for C#, C++, Copilot, live server for HTML stuff, material theme, some Unity related ones. It's nothing crazy. Okay. Yeah, this too. You press any button. It only allows you to press the square button until you press anything else. And then it will, like this first screen, the input system doesn't understand what button you're pressing unless you press the square button. And then from then, pressing the X button will work. I don't know why it's like that. Because it's not like that. Like if I go to the scene here, It worked. I just pressed X straight away. It worked. So it's like the game doesn't understand sometimes which button is the first. It's like X at first. Like until the rewired system, it's almost like until the rewired system figures out that you're holding an like a PlayStation controller, it thinks that the buttons are in an Xbox orientation. And then once you press the button, it goes, oh, this is PlayStation. And the next time you press it, it's fine. But for people who are just loading up the game for the first time, it doesn't work. Because they don't know that it doesn't know that. It's so annoying. What do you do with that? I could just make it so that it accepts any button. I mean, that would be the smart thing to do. Oh, actually, this might be even better. Cannot convert from string to input button. Get that should work. What? Ah. That's the way that I think it needs to be. That will also work. I'm using Rewired at the moment, which is built on top of Unity's old input system, but it's better. It's kind of like before Unity had the new input system, Rewired was the gold standard, and then Unity looked at what they did and built the new Unity input system. So I'm still on the Rewired system because my game predates the new Unity input system. So I think nowadays new Unity input system is better supported, but yeah. So if I go from this scene to this scene, this has the same script. Okay, well that should work. All right, what's next? Open and closed. During Harriet's cutscene, when she opens up your menu and goes to the inside page, while the Topaz chart is coming down, I spam the buttons on my PS5 controller. I was able to use the menu in the background, which, when done specifically, I can lock the player's input. Uh-huh. So... let's have a look. I can fix that. I have a button that I can press to make it so that you have no input control when this is happening. So open menu. And this is using Yeah, menu automation, open menu, but that locks it to true immediately. So then you shouldn't really be able to do anything if I've got that set to true. But this is an old version of the demo, so that I might have changed that since then. Death count doesn't work. Okay, let's have a look. So we have to test that, but that's a custom editor, Rhodes. Pretty cool, huh? So I take the life component, I set it to 0. Reload. Deaths 0. Okay. So this does update the death counter, but I think because we don't save, you're throwing a party. I want to update it. I want to send it out. It's currently, I think Elzak and I just need to go for it. We kind of engineered it to support a bunch of features that it can't currently support. And so it's sort of halfway between that refactor. The biggest problem with it was this aspect of the tool where right now it's built for games where you have an avatar, like a player controller that can move between the scenes, right? The reason why this makes sense to have this line here is because you as the player can walk through a door and go to the next level. If you can't walk through a door, if there's just like some condition, like you finish the round in some round-based game and then it goes to the next scene, how does this line get drawn? It would be drawn from like the edge of the node or something like that. Like if you just wanted to say, hey, these two levels are connected without saying that they're connected in a specific spot, you would need to have some condition. And then that condition, if you defined it here, would have to be, you'd have to define it somewhere. You need like a blackboard of conditions, or you'd need some sort of name here, like a label that says, oh, this is for when you do the on level complete or something like that. And so we've just been a little bit hung up on that use case, which feels very edge casey, but it, you know, lots of games don't have doors that you walk through. Lots of games are round based or different things like that. So that's literally the one thing that's been slowing us down. We would have had a version out a lot earlier. Because then it's like, okay, you want to draw the label. How do you draw the label? Do you draw it underneath the thing? Do you, what do you do? So I think what's happening here is that this deaths counter needs to go up when you load the game, not when you die. So you're not technically dead unless you go to game over menu and then you do this. So it's d.stats.deaths++. Yeah, releasing MVP is definitely what we should have done. I want to do that now, but Elzak, who's like, he was spearheading the development of this version of it because I built it the first time, and then he went to help me out, and so now his version's really good, much better than mine, but he's really busy at the moment on a separate job, so I'm not really across the code base, which makes it hard for me to then go in and personally ship it, you know. It's a bit awkward. Okay, so we reload from checkpoint with a death counter of 1. We die again. Reload the checkpoint, death counter of 1. That's not very good. What is the answer to this? It always says 1 death now. Well, it's both. It's law related. So I guess what we need to do is save the game before we load it. Or load the game with like a death condition. Like when we load the game, we say, hey, also we died just now. It's really tough because like when do you save this? So you die. If I quit the game, the death counter probably shouldn't go up, right? Like if you die in the game, then you quit immediately. I could be like Dark Soulsy about it. I think that's what happens in like Elden Ring. Like if you die in Elden Ring and then just quickly turn the game off, you just Alt F4 out of it. I think it doesn't really count it until, like it saves it as you're loading into the next, reloading the game. The thing is, I don't want the level that you're currently in when you die to be the level that you get saved to. I don't want to change anything about that kind of stuff. I just want to increment the death counter, and saving the game does some stuff. So game systems, save game. Okay. So because it's quite a dumb save system. Like it really treats it like it's just one file. Like it's like the old days where, you know, when you have a game and then you die and you load back to the last time you saved. You know, it's not like I don't have a bunch of different hybrid stuff. So I'm really just looking for a place to add this death counter. I could just save it, but I have a feeling that will break how the game works. Like there are parts of the game where you're not allowed to save. So So I think it should be that on load, if we died, increment the death counter. I suppose actually what will happen here, this is 0 now, right? If I die and then load, it will be, okay, oh, because I moved it. Why do I need one? It's just a fun little thing to put in the game. I just wanted to have a death counter. For people who want to do like deathless runs, that would be like the proof that they didn't die. There's also an in-game clock, you know, it's just stuff like that. So what is the answer? I could do it on load with a flag, incremented by 1. But then, yeah, because if you load, I can save immediately after. Yeah, that'll work. That'll work. So when we go to game over menu, we load game. Then we do that, and then we save game? Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Good one, Copilot. Let's see if that works. Hey, CanGive. Welcome. Thank you so much for the sub. Three, two, one. Okay. 3, 2, 1. Now it's 2. But we're back here. 3, 2, 1. Three. So it is going up. Not sure about all of this process event GUI utility things. Also, I didn't love the fact that the save game notification coming from the top. In fact, why don't we just get rid of that? Or is it game loaded? Hang on, what happens? Whoa, Dead Panda, thank you so much for gifting 10 subs. Hey, thank you so much. That's really kind of you. So it's this game loaded. Which has a set visible, initialize, send notification, or notify. Audio settings, gamepad wizard, save manager, send notification, game loaded. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. This is probably not great. Okay, but it's not double queuing them, which is good. It's just never been a great thing in the game. It's always been a thorn in my side, that little notification system. And you know what? It really doesn't add much value. Like having the audio settings say, oh, good job when I save it. What's the point? It's like a confirmation, but I don't know. We'll leave it for now. I think right now the whole game over experience needs a bit of a overhaul. It's not a very... Dude, I cannot find any words today. I am so... Like, my brain is so fried. I can't have a coherent sentence come out of my mouth without a pause to think about the word that I want to use next. What I'm trying to say is the game over experience right now needs a little bit more attention because it's got kind of no ceremony to it. You just sort of die, screen goes black, it says you died. I mean, games do that, but it could be nicer. All right, so let's push this. Fixes death counter. Okay. That's right. So there's the thing that loads the next game from death. Loads, increments, saves. It won't save the death if you just quit. Okay. And wow, that's not many open. Where did all the other open posts go? I guess these ones are just older. Is it because they're over a month old? Oh, this is updated. Quest and item notification persist. There's something that I really don't like and don't understand about sometimes the toasts just don't go to full alpha. Don't you think that the death should count even if you quit? No, I don't think so. I don't have an easy way to do it, that's why. It's not that I probably agree with you, except for the fact that I don't have an easy way to do it. Because if you quit, you have to go back to where you... I guess... I don't know. Have you found yourself more motivated to fix issues that other people found? To an extent, yeah. I've also felt a little bit overwhelmed by them too. It goes both ways. So I should probably fix this. There. There's so many of these reports. Yeah. I mean, I'm grateful for them for sure. There's not much you can say other than that. So So Luca has been working on some of these animations for our Highwayman, and I'm happy to push these for now. Oh. Mate. This problem happens very often where the team will be working on versions of the character that have roughs in them, and then they'll hide the layers that have roughs in them, and that will hide whip animations. So like this thrust here, that it is whip, but it can't be on the roughs like folder if we're going to hide that folder. So instead you kind of have to drag it up to somewhere else. Except that's at 27% for some reason. So I guess I'll move this one up to here. But then now that's at 27%. What is this? What are we looking at? Okay. Let's take this then and move it up to here. And let's take this and move it up to here. Okay, and then we can hide the roughs and then do that. That's okay. All right. Okay. What is attack end? Okay. Do not loop. That's why. I feel I feel like I've made a design error. Not a major one, but I made it so that all the attacks come out a bit slower, right? That's been like a major design choice. And then I'm trying to force you to, on reaction, respond to enemy abilities. And it's fine that you can initiate them in bullet time, and it doesn't matter how slow the attack initiates. The problem is that the cooldowns for the attacks are so high that if you had been attacking an enemy and they retaliate with something that requires a reaction, you are still in your cooldown frames and you won't be able to respond fast enough. So you almost get punished for attacking them before, which is no good. Nope, I built Retrobox. Okay, so I could set the destination of the shuffles. What is it used for? Adding hitboxes to animation frames. Instantiate the apple. Could do it. All right. Hey, Diamond. Hey, Carvey. I think what I'm going to do is encapsulate these shuffle forward animations and shuffle backwards with a... I'm going to make them targeted so that they move exactly where they need to relative to the player rather than... I mean, right now... Well, right now he moves based on these values. So if that's far, that's mid, and that's close. I could push them out a little bit. I'm not really sure. I'll have to play around with it. I'm just going to take a break. I'll come back in a little bit. See ya. Deadpan Panda, thank you so much for the sub. Yo, we got 19 followers left before we hit 50K. What'll we do? What'll we do, chat? All right. So, let's turn the gizmos on for this little moment here. So he goes in, attacks, goes out, attacks. It's actually pretty good. An on-screen counter. There is one. It's above. It's above. It's at the top of the screen. I think the leap away should probably. Face the target when we do that. An on-screen counter for Insignia of what? How many followers the channel has? Morning, Gouda. Pretty good. That fall animation needs to have a hurt box. Come on. That should knock it out. Hey, Molluskia. I don't think I recognize your name. Welcome. All right. Well, I don't know what else I'd update on the demo right now, so I might as well push it. This is how many scenes we got? 81. That looks about right. Ah, you saw me at GDC last year. What was, can you remind me of where I met you? Did you have a booth? Did you just introduce yourself? Maybe in the halls where the talks were happening? I might be able to remember you if I know. Really brief, no booth, just out on the street. Oh, right. I think I remember you. I think that was in the morning of the, like, the third or second day. Right near Yerba Buena and right outside the hall, on the corner. I think I was just saying to my friend, like, oh, I'd love a Red Bull right now. And then someone handed me a Red Bull. I think I recognize you. There were people literally just handing out Red Bulls. I was like, oh, I'd love a Red Bull. And it just happened. The universe just gave me one. That was a good time. I wish I could go back. I won't be attending this year, unfortunately. I don't really have a big reason to. Will you be attending this year? Yeah. Old School Expo. Oh, I've never heard of it. Yeah, GDC this year, I'm not sure. I was hoping to go to Bit Summit, but I'm not sure I'll be able to make that happen either. Things are a little bit touchy at the moment, timeline-wise. So I'm not sure if I'll need to be in like dev mode or promo mode. I don't think it mightn't be the most prudent choice to be out of the office for more than a week or two. So what are we going to do with the rest of the afternoon? It's 3 p.m. I have to upload this to Steam, which I'll do using their builder, and then I'll wait for them to approve it, and then I can make the build public. Let's have a look to see how many signups we've got. I wouldn't expect it to be more than 200 at this point. Time to game. Gamers. How many signups do we have for the playtest? Yep. Oh, thank you so much. There is a thing you can do to manage economy. No. You're not allowed to see any of this chat. Sorry. $268. That's pretty good. Almost 300 people have signed up for the playtest. Sweet. Is the vector program finished? It's not finished. You can't see what's on my glasses. Don't try to make me feel insecure about it. You can't trick me. Yo, 20 more follows before we hit 50K. How does the playtest inscription work? Inscription? Inscription? Subscription? Who unfollowed? Were we at 18? Were we at less than 20 like 20 minutes ago? Cool. One sec. I gotta see if I can push this build. Steam pipe. You just go to the Steam page. There's just a button you can press. So it is allowing me to upload, which is good. I think I can show you this. Probably not. Probably best not to show you any of this data. There's a command prompt right now. I'm going to describe to you. There's a command prompt right now that I just uploaded the build through and everything looks good. So I'll need to see if they accept my changes. I'm now going to the Steamworks website, viewing the dashboard. I'm going to go to builds in a second. And I just need to make sure that the depot that I've done actually, that the build that I just created is appropriate. Okay. Wait, did we pass 50K? Hang on a second. I gotta deal with this. 2 available app branches, default developer. This also needs to be Hang on a second. I'm trying to do something important. Does it say 50K? Is it rounding up? Hang on. We just need a second. I just need a second. This build, how do I remove the build? Is there a way to do that? Builds. Your builds. Steam works. Delete build. Nope. You can choose the best reaction. Okay. App is back in the review queue. Three to 5 days. I hope I got it right. So, we can still playtest this one ourselves. Just going to make sure I close everything before I go back out to here. Hey, everyone. So, I guess we've got to look at the the Twitch follow accounts. Did we actually break 50K? Who knows? If I go to my channel, the channel says 100 people watching. Hello. 100 people watching, and the about section says 50K followers. But if I go to my creator dashboard and I look at the follow account, it's 49,980. We are still 20 shy. Official Twitch count is that we're 20 off. Sorry, chat. I need to be worth another, what do you want to call that? Some percentage. If you Neat Game says, if you're still using the same upload depot, it just overwrites the last build, at least for my Steam demo. Yeah, mine, I think I got a second one. I'm not sure what happened there, but anyway, let's play test the game and make sure that certain things that we tested worked. So I'm gonna go bring up the git change log, and I'm going to run the game, and I'm just going to go down the list of things that I updated and see if we can see if any of them are broken. Okie dokie. All right. So stop that. Oh my gosh. Windows. Okay. So first thing is we updated the animations for the Linkson. Now that's not the first one. That's a little bit deep. First thing I really want to test is to make sure that this does anything. So if I press a button, it worked. First try. Okay. Then I want to check the death counter. That's the next thing. Where's the soonest place I can die? Probably this chapter. So I'm just going to go out this door and get hit a bunch of times, I suppose. Reload. We should reload with full HP and with a death counter of 1. Good. I made it so that previously you lost all your health when you died, and you loaded back with the same amount of health as you did on the previous save. But people complained about that, so I made it so you get full health back. 2 deaths. Quit to title, story mode, golden path, 2 deaths. Perfect. Is that quieter? It is. I don't know what that bug is, but it happens sometimes. Like quitting the game and reloading the game doesn't reset the mixer volume. Right now there is no punishment. What? What? That is broken. Oh, I've screwed myself out of that. Cool. There's ideas, but I don't think I want any kind of like permanent punishment. There's no reason for me in this game to have any kind of like negative feedback loops around player performance. Like, I don't want to hurt you for playing bad. Dark Souls does that, and it's fine in that kind of game, but I wouldn't always want it to be the case. Okay. The prompts in all the menus. That looks good. That looks good. That looks good. That looks good. Looks good. Good, 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 good. Uh-oh. That's bad. What the heck happened there? Oh, so weird. It's fine. It was just coming up here. We lost. Something happened to the camera? Huh. That might have been a camera null pointer exception. Like a null position set on the camera can sometimes hurt the camera. That also was wrong. There's a couple things that have been wrong here. That... Hang on. Not you. That shouldn't parry. But that should. Oh, okay, that's right. Yeah, don't know what that was. Let's go check the player log. Yeah, null pointer. Null position for the camera got set. I have to fix that. Radiance has breached from the Moonwood to Adam. What does that even mean? Welcome, Radiance. Okay. Am I going to get raided by Moonwood? Is that what's happening? Ooh, for the 50K, that'd be slick. If we could get 20 followers in a raid. Hey, Booyah. How's it going? We haven't hit it yet. We've still got 20 more followers to go. Don't jump the gun. We'll never hit it. The trajectory of followers has hit its peak. We're no longer on the path. What's it called? When you have derivatives of a curve, the derivative of the curve has gone into the negative. Oh, thank you so much. Goodbye to you. That's very kind. It definitely is quieter when you quit out and come back in. All the speedrun strats. The no look, backwards bunny hop. Out middle. Like a speed demon. I just want to play the finished game. I'm tired of playing the start. Alrighty. Well, those were the major things. We fixed the major issues that I was worried about. That's fixed. That's fixed. That's fixed. Let's keep going through them. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, dude, Windows Media Player, it is the best. It is the best player that there is. It's the only app that they have that's like not secretly trying to be a service. You know what I mean? It's just a good old media player. Play the music. Don't like link me to some weird tool. Have you seen what they did to like Movie Maker? Movie Maker is now like Clipchamp, and Clipchamp is a cloud service. Clipchamp. You can't use our words. All right. So, it's 3:39. God, it's still so early in the stream. It's not even 2 hours in. I feel like I've been streaming for like 4 hours minimum. What do I do, chat? How do I stall for time? Oh, I'm so tired today. I feel terrible. I can't do it. You know what? Art stream. Now is when we work on merch. Art stream. Da, 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 da. It's an art stream. Da, 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 da. Okay. Ooh, we could do Lies of P. It's not out of the question. I gotta get back to it. It's been a while. A story artboard. Oh, I think I could do something like that. All right. I think I want Armin's skin tone to be a little more saturated somehow. And also, like, his facial expression, there's something not quite right about it. That's immediately better. Okay, that's all. Sometimes the eyes, you know, the Japanese have this term for like eyes that are too wide. They look kind of freaky. He was doing that. Could bring them in slightly though. That's pretty good. Maybe still go up a little bit though. Cool. We could do impasto. Sunset Knight says, I watched the interview with you and Thomas Brush recently. I enjoyed it. We've done a couple of them. I never seem to get the time that I want with Thomas, you know? I feel like I'm always kind of running out of time with him. Reviewing some recently released side-scroller Metroidvanias. Nose could be dragged to the left a little. I have this thing where the character's nose, to me, it's like, it's supposed to be long and forward, but maybe it could be that I move the eye to the right, if not the nose to the left. Kind of okay with it as is. I think I know what you mean. It kind of looks a little like it's pulled. Maybe it's because of this doesn't have like a color on it. Oh, it's so minor. Or this could be more forward. Or this could be more in this way. Or this could be more flat this way. But I don't want it to be too nose jobby. That's the only other thing about it. I know what you mean though. I think I can see what you see. I guess I could make this thicker. When you get close, it changes it somehow. Like that's fine. It's just when you get closer that it's a bit weird. Like from back here, no problem at all. I look at it, I'm like, yep, perfect. As I zoom in, I'm like, oh. But it's not supposed to be too. But yeah, even that, like, maybe it's that this should be like a bit more of a this color. No. That's cool. And then maybe this could be a little bit more like this. Better. Oh, thank you so much. I'm trying so hard with this one. I really want to do a good job. I'm pulling out like all the tricks in the bag. It's more just like a refresh. I just think that like my game's been in development so long that sometimes it just the brand gets stale if I use the same imagery everywhere. Like every couple of years I just do a new poster. And I want to be able to like I want to have a breadth of stuff. Just just like a whole bunch of content that I can always look back on and I guess use in different scenarios. Like if I was doing a Kickstarter or whatever, like it's just nice to have a lot of cool imagery. Too sparkly. Yeah. I mean, I genuinely like, I really feel like if I was the director of this game and I had like a big budget, I would be commissioning, I'd like to have a team member just doing art all the time. Just more, just tons. Because that way you at least have like a library of stuff to go off. You know, you just have like assets that you can always use. Whereas like for me, I don't want to have to justify the time spent, but I kind of do at the moment. It's like, oh, am I allowed to spend some time doing some art? Or should I be working on something different? Yeah, I just think branding is like, I don't know, it's just like insanely valuable. And maybe I overemphasize it. I don't know. If I didn't have like an online presence at all, I think I would just let it be until the game was ready, and then I'd just market it as what it was. But because I sort of have the stream, and I want people who have been familiar with the project in the past, I want them to be able to find new stuff. You know, when people leave for a few months and come back, I want them to be able to say, oh wow, this is all looking new and different and more advanced, you know, like further forward. To me, that's really important, that you can see the growth in like the IP. Now, Kerr is actually, he is red, so I probably should have made him like this color. I mean, like he's bright red. But I think I need to come back to the drawing board with some of these characters. A little bit. Like that should probably be more like that. In fact, the whole thing should be closed. Hey, Cyborg Chipmunk, thank you so much for the sub. Welcome. Davy Jones says, question for the Steam demo. Can you explore more after beating Harriet? Nope. Nope. Not yet. Sorry. I'm not building the game that quickly. Like, there is content after that, but it's not in a position that I can test. And I'm not really doing, I'm not really planning on having like chapter by chapter releases at all. That's a bit weird, isn't it? It's sort of right. Like this color, maybe. Just like a little bit of the red. Or do I just not even bother with this, with the second shade, and just do that? I kind of liked the idea that you were seeing the underside of his nose. It gives his head more perspective. But in anime, they wouldn't do that. They would just keep it flat, no matter what. I think I'm okay with it. Okay. This one I think I could do. I actually have a poster that's sort of got the... Wow, this is so much flatter. No, well, that's what I'm saying. Like, I'm not going to do them chapter by chapter. I'm just going to work on the whole game until it's done. Like all of it. You know what I mean? Oh, wow, he's like right there. Edit, transform, flip horizontal. But I like it more. I'll do it a different way. More perspective. Mewtwo with his staff. I mean, he does have magic powers, this guy. It's kind of like psychic. Psychic wizard. You're not totally wrong. Hmm. Ooh, looking down at Armin would be good. But I kind of want it looking at us. Hey, the Coppinger. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Thank you so much for the raid. What's going on? Do it live. We're doing it live. Welcome. What were you doing on stream? How did it go? If you have to leave, you don't have to answer. Yo, I'm getting a phone call. One sec, pals. Be right back, chat. Holy. Is that allowed to be here? Jesus. You can't post non-TOS stuff. I mean, it wasn't TOS, but be careful, chat. All right. That's too green. That's too pink. Just right. Still not right, but anyway. Do 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 do. Ba 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 ba. Ba 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 ba. Do 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 do. It's not right. Something about it's not right. I think I need to change how their pants work. Also, like, I think his gown is a little bit ambiguous. Maybe off to the side, the way that I have it there is probably right. Just keep it all the way over. Hey, Queseronet. Did you draw that picture I was looking at before on the in the showcase? Yo.
We should clean.
They're not coming here.
I know, but like, what if there's a turn? What if there's a like, oh, we should see your place?
Well, you can clean if you like. I'm not gonna. I cleaned a bit already today. The sink's clear and I folded all my clothes.
Like, nice sink you got there.
What are you concerned about?
Nothing.
In particular?
Okay. Bye.
All right, bye. Chat. We live in filth. She's concerned about... My wife is concerned about my sister coming over, but my sister's not coming over, so I don't know what she's worried about. Like, it's not happening. Yeah, I think this has to be mostly blue. But like way deeper. I love this idea of the red turtleneck. Doesn't really work so. Cool, that's better. Chad, I was watching some movies while I worked yesterday, and I started watching Hook. Robin Williams. Dude, that goddamn movie got me choked up in like the first 20 minutes. It's so sad. Like, what the hell? I want to see pirates, not have my tears be an ocean. Sailing the seven seas of depression. I've seen the movie as well. I knew it was coming. I just didn't appreciate how sad it was. It was a long time ago that I watched it. I think this needs to be more blue. I think I dropped the ball a little bit here. Yeah, something about the way that like the movie establishes how it's so early in the movie that it establishes like just how consumed Peter is by his work and how being an adult has made him a worse, like being less of a child has made him worse of a parent. Something in that's like really important. Like he's so consumed by his work that he has no appreciation for his own children and their youth. That's painful. That hurts. So obsessed with like his work and his just all of the things that he has to do as an adult, his just like obligations, that he forgets like his obligations to his children. He always deprioritizes them. That just got me. Because it's so real. That's such a real thing to happen, you know? It's not like a trait that like a specifically bad character has. It's a trait that like a lot of parents struggle with. I don't have kids, but I want kids. Being a bad dad would be like one of the worst things I could be. Like I really don't want to have that responsibility and then fumble it. That would be horrible. Like it's serious business having kids. And it's also true that like financial stability is like a major, major strain. Like that's also true. Being like a good parent while experiencing financial stress, holy shit. How do you do that? Anubis. Being a dad made me a socialist. Yeah, I could see that. Socialism and capitalism, well, I guess capitalism. It's God, I don't want to get political on the stream, but to me, it feels so blindingly obvious that everyone just votes for the system that would benefit them, you know? And if people are fortunate enough to already have what they need, then they don't have compassion for people who don't have what they need, you know? So in a way, like, I almost think quite favorably about not being in a position where I have everything that I need, because it makes me grateful for not only what I have, but like if I ever do find myself in a position where all my needs are taken care of, I think I'll be better positioned to actually give back, you know? Like I hope that I don't become just a picture of greed. It's not quite right yet. Yeah. I get it. My family happens to be very economically diverse. I've got family members who are extremely well off, and I've got family members who are right on, you know, really struggling. And for me, it kind of just, I don't know, like growing up, we always did it sort of, my parents were trying to elevate themselves into positions of like more like comfort, and so we always struggled because they were always trying to save and, you know, make everything work. And I'm one of 5 kids, so we had a lot of, we couldn't all have what we wanted, you know. At the same time, like I've got like cousins who have done like very well in business, and I know how they think about their wealth. You know, everyone who is wealthy thinks that they earned and deserve all of their wealth, and it makes them less sympathetic to people who don't have wealth, I think. Just naturally, because you kind of think, well, I'm not special and I'm in this very privileged position, so anybody who is also not in this position must be really, they must be idiots. You know what I mean? Or like, I worked hard for this, why should any of it be given to anybody else? But it's like so much of what makes someone wealthy, you know, I think, and I'm not saying this if anyone here, obviously there's probably business people watching, probably people who have started their own businesses or whatever. The way I see it is like you can't compare. Not everyone can be a business owner. That's the first thing. Straight up, you can't all be business owners. So someone who owns a business is not smarter than someone who works in a business. Because if everybody owned businesses, nobody would be able to work in them. So we need people who are not small business owners. And those people, you could stop the whole conversation right there. Those people also deserve houses, right? Like, that's it. Yes, some people will own things, but also everybody else needs to be able to have what they need to live. Just straight up, the end. So you can't be less compassionate if you have everything that you need and you're like you ought not to be, And if you don't own a business and you're rich, well, then it's sort of like, well, what is there to be proud of at that point? I don't know. Unless you provided like a lot of value. If you're like if you're like I think, I don't know, if you invented something and that thing saved a lot of people's lives or whatever, you patented some amazing invention and lots of people have a better quality of life as a result. That's kind of like one of the very few ways that you could be, wealthy and not own a business. But it's super rare. Like maybe if the game does really well. I mean, I own a business, but like if I was a solo game dev who made like a ton of money on one game, if I was the guy who made Balatro, he could probably feel comfortable about his wealth. Because he didn't have to take anything from anybody to get it. Yeah, well, that's the thing. I mean, like, the value of man hours, how far does that scale? Like, when does somebody's time become worth... Is anybody's time worth $1 billion anybody else's time? Like, if the answer to that is no, then you've already got your answer. I mean, that's just it. Like, whose time is worth so much more that they deserve to have so much more? Like, what would you say at best? At best, think of the most productive, intelligent, resourceful person to ever exist. How far beyond the average person are they really? Like, really, how far? Like 10? Are they worth 10 people? Probably not 50. I would hazard a guess that nobody is worth 50 of anybody else. You could probably say maybe that like responsibilities could make someone could have like the responsibility of running a country is like way more important. Like the influence of a prime minister or a president is probably like far and away beyond the influence or the importance of someone who's just, laying bricks. So So maybe you could say that. Like, how rare is the skill? You know, is it a supply and demand thing? $1,000, 10,000 then? Like, how far are we prepared to go to say that someone's time is worth, you know, that many multiples of somebody else's? Yeah, that's probably true as well. Risking their health and safety. I am for universal basic income. I think that's an excellent idea. Genuinely. We have this, my cousin was saying this to me recently. I have a cousin who works in real estate, right? He's like, his family owns the real estate agency. So he's an artist, like, right, he's a creative person like me, but he had to sort of give up on his dreams because he just wasn't, I guess, he couldn't make it in business with his own design agency to warrant his, you know, to stick around forever. So he's in a position where he had to sort of like, you know, put his tail between his legs and help run the family business. And it's a very successful business. And these days he's very cynical, right? He just wants to get paid and get out because he doesn't enjoy the work that he does, which is totally fair. But the work that he does involves so much money, right? Because it's real estate and they do leasing and property rentals and, you know, everything else. They do a bunch of stuff, development. There's so many millions of dollars going through that company every month. And his, like, what's the word? I mean, there's just like a level of apathy at that point, you know? Like, he understands that, like, he is under no illusions about the kind of work, about what that kind of work kind of like creates, the dynamics it's part of, and blah, blah, blah. But, where was I going with it? I had a point that I was trying to make. Oh man, I lost it. Let me read what I was trying to read. Universal basic income. Yeah, like, I think he knows that, like, it's the resource that's worth all that money. It's not like the effort that the people who are running the real estate company are putting in, right? It's not like landlords, this is me talking now on behalf of me, not my cousin. Landlords don't like provide value. They sit on a resource. Like, you're not building the homes, you're not providing the homes, you're guarding the homes. There's too much happening in this head. Yeah, I just like, you know, I that's better. I have my view on these things is, I don't know how to put it. I don't have all the answers. I just know what I think makes for good quality of life. Like, I probably have a bunch of other ideas that people wouldn't agree with. But I think, like, if we value, like, the arts, if we value human output at all, or the human condition, the human experience, like, we can't, especially with AI around the corner, about to take everyone, potentially about to take everyone's jobs, or if not AI, just the prospects of automation, really. If automation is going to take away everyone's jobs, or make jobs less feasible, right? Just make it so that it's harder to actually be valuable and have that value bear out in your wages. If that's coming, and it is coming, we have to have a plan, because it can't be at the cost of people. Like, human beings still need to have their dignity. Do they not? Right? Right? Like, everyone deserves to have somewhere to live. Maybe it's even too, the eyes are too, the detail is so high at this point. If I look at the whole picture and zoom out to here, he might even be too finely detailed. Yeah, well, you would hope so, old bags. But I think it's like, I think the sad thing is, like, oh, that's right, my cousin. That's where I came from. He was saying to me, because I was like, this is kind of, he was talking about how, well, I guess we were both talking about cynicism. And I said, oh, you're being a bit cynical, aren't you? And he said, think of it this way. Didn't we solve world hunger like 80 years ago? Like, why is there still hunger in the world? And I'm like, yeah, I knew what he meant straight away. You know, like, we have already got everything we need. To make sure that people are housed. Like, we already have all of that stuff. We already have all the resources. It's just not, that's just not where they get spent. And it's the dynamics that are wrong, not the lack of potential. But I don't agree, Saravati, that it's not, the problem is not that people work hard. Like, if we lived in a perfect meritocracy, you working 10% harder means you should be given 10% more. And that's fine. But 10% is not appreciable to most people. If I worked 3 times as hard, like let's say I work 8 hours a day and you work 8 hours a day, and our hours are worth the same. Okay, you decide you want to work harder, so you work 12 hours a day. So you get to go on an extra holiday, 1.5 times the amount that I get to go on. I don't think I would be knocking on your door trying to, take that away from you. If I knew that you worked hard to get it, I don't think I would say, how come you deserve to go on extra holidays or have an extra car in your driveway? Or that's not the kinds of, I don't think that's the kind of thing leading to anyone, leading to the collapse of an economic system. It's people saying, well, I want so much more that I want an unfathomable amount of money, and also I want to own everything. Like, there are people who want to own everything. Am I going to do any jams this year? I would love to do jams this year. I think I might do Ludum Dare in April. I missed out on doing Big Mode's jam. Yeah, but I just don't think that's the issue. Like, it's not really about, like, if your disposable income is double mine, sure, as long as my needs are met, it doesn't really matter to me. I don't think anyone cares that there are people who have a lot. I think people care about the fact that there are people who have so much that the needs of the people who don't have a lot can be essentially, like, what's the word? I'm going to pause for a second to respond to this. I think the problem is that when the amount of money owned by a small amount of people is so high that the decision-making mechanism of any given country is compromised by that collection of capital, it means that the needs of the people who have less are less of a priority. If I lived in a city, and I do live in a city that prioritizes the people's needs to an extent, but if you live in a city where, like, you have good public transport, food is relatively cheap and available, public housing is decent, right? Like, if the lowest floor, or if if public healthcare is good, then it doesn't matter how high the ceiling goes. Someone said that earlier, and I agree with them. As long as the people's needs are being met, right? As long as, like, basic people have an incentive to wake up in the morning because they can actually do something with themselves and feel like they're not going to get crushed, and that there's a future, right? Like, you can't not have a future. There's no, like, inherent problem with people wanting a lot of stuff, in my opinion. I don't think that, like, all ownership is theft or whatever. That's not how I see it. I just think there needs to be, like, crazy level, like, checks and balances to counterbalance. You know what I mean? It's like, it needs to be a homeostatic system. But it's not like greed is not the problem. The problem is how OP being greedy is. You just need to nerf greed. I like that Pixel Fireplace. I think that's a really, really, really nice sentiment. Yeah, like and this is the other thing. It's also not about class per se. Like my dad, he was born in 1955, and he grew up in Australia, which is like a very quickly developing, first world country, and at the time, and his parents were immigrants. So my dad has brothers and sisters born in Lebanon. So they came out here when the family was very young. He was born here, the first of his family born here, and got a basic education, right? You can, in Australia, you don't have to finish year 12. You could drop out in year 10 and take a trade. So he took a trade, an electrician. I think he finished his electrician's apprenticeship, but then quickly decided he didn't want to do that anymore and did a bunch of different things. He was a bouncer at a nightclub. He was a restaurant owner. He was a handyman. He owned a petrol station. For like his 20s and 30s, he was just like figuring out just like kind of what he wanted to do. And none of those things like give you positive momentum in the other. They're completely separate, orthogonal careers. And they all failed, like the restaurant failed. The nightclub thing, it's not like he worked up into like a bigger position or owned any of the nightclub when he worked there as the bouncer. Like he was just working there. And then he sort of like fell into carpentry, and that became his career. And then he ran a business, and that became successful. And, the family was provided for on that. So when you look at that, it's like, 50 years ago, someone could just sort of have a go and they'd be fine. Lower class, like working class family, not a lot of education, just sort of having a crack, and everything worked out in the end for him. That's like the boomer experience in Australia. And, he worked hard, of course. Like, I'm not taking anything away from him, and I appreciate how hard he worked. I talked about that earlier. Like as kids, I certainly understood that he had to, give up a lot. But at the same time, like I probably really couldn't do that, today. And if I tried to do it today and failed, the cost of failure would be way higher. Like you'd really struggle if you screwed up 3 or 4 times. I mean, I'd be in so much debt. That would be the biggest thing. I'm already in debt. I have student debt. It's not even about money, McChoquette. It's just about resources. Like, is there enough food being produced to feed everyone? If the answer is yes, then there's nothing else worth asking, you know? And the answer is yes. We produce enough food. Right? Are there enough houses? Yes, there are enough houses. So if there's enough food and there are enough houses, that's it. That's the problem is actually solved already. There may not be enough houses. I mean, like, I should put it this way. I'm speaking more like locally, like in where I live. There are enough houses. Maybe not in every country. That I shouldn't speak for everybody else, but there are enough in Sydney for the people who live in Sydney. Certainly. Like we don't have a homeless epidemic in Sydney, but what we do have is like plummeting construction quality, because the housing that is available, there's currently like a kind of a war happening in Sydney when it comes to housing, where like the developments are being made in areas that are lower socioeconomic standard. Like the high density housing is being produced in certain parts of the city, and the low density housing is being maintained in more rich parts of the city. So there is like an increasingly large class divide in Sydney, where there is like an industrial class being created and like a land ownership class. So like the scope of someone being able to define the kind of lifestyle they want is shrinking in my city. Like what it means to own land is changing, in my opinion. I don't know if someone disagreed with me once on Reddit about that, and I don't think they have any leg to stand on, but they were like, the average dwelling is getting larger. I don't think that's the case. Yeah, exactly, bad cop. Like the vacancy rates in Sydney are super high. Sydney and San Francisco, I think, are very similar in that regard, where it's like there are people who own the properties, and they are just investing. They're just happy to keep them as investments, and they're happy to just sit on them. Because it just means that they're worth more. You have no reason to sell. That's why I think like we need like a kind of like a massive patch to the real estate market. And in fact, in Sydney, like in Australia, we have this thing called negative gearing, where you're actually like double incentivized to take on investment properties, because I think negative gearing is when you offset your tax with losses taken by properties that you own. Like when you purchase property, it gets counted as a loss or something like that. I can't remember how it works. So you can say, oh, my business made less money because I purchased all of these properties. So I shouldn't get taxed. Exactly. I like that too. I mean, I think about this too. Like my wife is a lawyer, and I was trying to explain to her, and she disagreed with me wholeheartedly. But I still think I'm onto something here. Programming is like lawmaking and programming are the same thing. You're just making definitions and applying logic to those definitions. So like all of the rules, I think game developers would make awesome lawmakers. Like they're not different exercises. And we're also used to like the level of diligence is also like super high as well. Like being able to unit test something, like you give a developer a chance to be in control over like long-term decisions. We'll simulate it, you know? Like I'm not saying that we absolutely will do a better job, but I feel like user experience design, any kind of user-centered production requires so much stringent like adherence and setting of standards that like I hope we apply the same quality control to like the rest of everything. I kind of don't want. I'm trying to put a character here. Thanks, BG. I'm trying to put a character here, but I feel like if I just put them in, it won't work. Maybe they have to overlap this character. Like there. I just am worried about putting a face so close to Armin's face. Maybe if it's like that, maybe if it's basically impossible to see. I think it's just like you have to allow people, you have to favor the values that you want the system to embody. I know that sounds like almost like tautological, but it's one of the most, I know that sounds tortellini, but it's one of those things where I feel it a lot in game dev, where it's kind of like, if I'm working on a system and the system has a bunch of rules and all the rules are there to work around some problem rather than to create a state that I want for the system to be in, I know I'm in the wrong. Like, I know I'm not doing it right. Like, you can kind of feel when a system is built for the purpose of creating a very specific outcome. Like, is it architected to do this thing, or is this thing something that you're hoping for it to do, but it's not built in such a way that it can do that? You know, if it's not purpose built, then you can't really expect, you know, like a bicycle is not a car, so it can't do car things. You can't sit 5 people on a bicycle and go, well, we've got a car now. It's like, well, inherently you haven't built a car. You built a bicycle, and now you're expecting it to do car things. The law is the same. The economy is the same. Who is it set up to favor? Actually, he does not have this hand. This is he's amputee. He's an amputee, this guy. It's getting a bit crowded though. Yeah, I don't think I can put him here. Doesn't feel right. Have I played Can yet? I have not played Can. What's this piece for? Just trying to keep the brand fresh, you know. Hey, Tonzach. It's too close to Armin's head, I think. I'll have to figure out another way to do it. I think this should be kept pretty clear. Yeah, it'll be in some merch. We'll do that. I think I need to fix both of these characters. from scratch. Just need to rethink about what I want to do with it. What? Why don't you have a caps lock button on your laptop keyboard? What? It didn't come with one? What do you mean? I've never seen that before. What do you mean it didn't come with one? What? Is that real? I'm sorry, what? Do you have a Chromebook? To be fair, caps locks are not that valuable. I don't know when the last time I pressed caps lock was. I think the last time I pressed caps lock, it was to unpress caps lock because I accidentally pressed caps lock. Yeah, I don't think I've ever pressed it on purpose. I think I just unpress it. We could put him here, maybe. Like a little lower. And we could put Baruch above him and behind him. Ah, thank you so much. I used to date someone who did that. Needless to say, I broke it off with them. My wife would never do that. They just didn't even, they were like, shift is dumb. I press caps lock and uncaps lock every time I want to do anything. I'm like, we cannot do this together. What are we doing here? Do we even know each other? We're living a lie. Is the ship in the game yet? It's not in the game yet. Parts of the ship are in the game, but not as an asset, no. There are designs for the ship. All right, here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna take you, and I think I wanna push you a little bit further over this way. Like that. Just to be a little bit further away from her. And then I'm going to do this. No, it needs to be kind of like... That's better. And then I wanted to put characters in here that like you might be able to recognize even. Different animal species doing different things. Not all the same size, different sizes. Something not quite right about this, where I think I've just, I don't know if the contrast needs to be higher or if, maybe I should have made his head like just bigger, just because. There's no real reason for this shadow to be here. But like, you can't really fix that without doing like this. Very difficult. Ah. for a secondary element? Oh, you're saying you think it's fine as it is. And the ship, we've been doing some crazy things with this ship. I don't know if I'll use any of this, but we had the idea of the ship having a dog mouth. I think it's, looking at it now, I would totally change the proportions of this. Like, I can see immediate things I would do to change it. I'd probably shrink this part. And immediately, I'll probably shrink this part up like that, but make it longer. Oh, it's never going to turn. You're never going to see it animate in real time. It's just going to be a static asset. Yeah, I mean, it looks... It's supposed to be like a dog. I guess that's why I made the mouth shorter. Maybe it should, instead of it being... Maybe it can be more part of its design. You know, like actually not that it opens per se, but that it but that the side of it is painted to look like it could, or something like that. Like even this is kind of, I like it more. Even though it's like less metal. I don't want to go too far. I like the red sails a lot, too. There's more I can do with it. I know there's more. I also am still deciding on whether or not there are multiple of these in the game or just one. It's actually a big unresolved problem that I have. That I don't have like in the plot, there are things that I've written that make sense for there to be multiple of these, and things that I've written that make sense for there to be just one in the whole game. So like in chapter 4, I had it that Armin destroys one of these, and then in chapter 5, it ends on top of one of them. So it could be that he doesn't destroy it in the 4th chapter, and there's just one. Also, if I just to give you guys a little bit of a sense of what's happening. So there's like chapter 1, chapter 2, chapter 3, chapter 4, chapter 5. And at the end of chapter 3, there's this moment on this big tower. There's like a ringed city, and the city has 4 towers. Well, 5 towers. The top of the center tower has this bridge that joins. There's like a big gap here, and a bridge that the characters fight on top of. This was like the old human capital. Anyway, the villains get saved by a boat, the ship. And this is supposed to be a really important moment. And in the way that I draw it is that the ship's going this way. And this is like, if the ship goes this way, that's like, Armin has to go this way. So whatever happens, whatever the people who are on the ship right now do, it's almost like Armin not permitted them, but like he knew that he had to go the other direction. And so he had to permit them, or like accept the fact that they were going off to commit atrocities in the direction of his homeland while he goes further. I like that. The idea that he has to watch the villains sail away. But then the next place he goes to in the 4th chapter is it's coastal, right? It's the edge of the continent. So in my mind, there's always been a boat here, and Armin basically like, he boards it. I think it has to be here, actually. I think maybe I'll make it so that it goes off that way. And then by the time, there's like a bit of a period of time here where Armin like crosses this area, and by the time he gets to this chapter, the boat sails in. That would make sense. So it goes off, does its stuff, comes back. It's a lot faster than he is. He's on foot. So that makes sense. And then the next thing would be, how do I make it when Armin is... when the stuff happens on the ship here, it has to basically sail away again. So then he can't destroy it here, but maybe he boards it. Ooh, there could be stowaway things I could do. He could board it while it's taking off. That would change a lot. There was supposed to be a moment in the 4th chapter where Armin, the character, sinks to his lowest point, using his powers for not evil, but wrathfully, which would have worked really well if he destroyed the ship here. But I think it's too. It's not right. It's a major plot contortion I need to uncontort. I think the more I work on the game, the more I realize that the story should be simpler. Like, you can write a whole bunch of complications, but ultimately, like, if you're asking the player or the viewer or whatever to care about fewer things, it's easier to make those things worth caring about. Yeah, 100%. This pose, he should be turned out this way. It's immediately obvious to me. It's too much focus when he's looking at us. Looks like Mr. Dogman. What's that show called? Is it just Dogman? I can fix this. Watch this. But I still want him to have his head up. But looking down at us. Wow, I made this really hard for myself just now. Oh boy. I'm gonna start it again later. I'll come back to it. I know I had it in a place that was good. I don't think I can go back far enough. Oh, yes I can. Okay. Yeah, but I don't like it. Even that's better. I think I just need to move everything here, like up way more. It's hard to see where I'm going with it though. That's the only thing. Like it doesn't look like a nose. I guess I could do this. It kind of changes the breed. But that is better. I think also we need to move the eyes down. This is crazy, man. What am I doing here? I mean, it looks fine from out there. It's just the most insane thing I've ever drawn from up here. This is why you put the head to the side. Because if you push the head to the side, you can express the elongated snout, and then all the shapes make sense again. I think that's looking better. At least I can see it. I don't know if anybody else can. Yeah, that's good. It's an enemy. Frieren. That's crazy, man. I practiced drawing faces in a different angle, but it looked kind of weird. Dude, look at that jaw. I love how our Frieren has that as the icon. Like the brain wants so badly to draw it in profile view. Cool. All right. I should think about these things. Oh, thanks, Zach. appreciate it. All right, pals, I gotta go in a sec. Did we hit the 50K? No, we've got fewer followers than before. How do we lose followers in a day? We were at... We're never getting there, chat. It's never happening. It's 49979 and it was 49980 before. We lost one. Richie Rich unfollowed. Yeah, it was all that talking about economical policy. Capitalists unfollowed. Sorry, conservatives. Grab the capitalism rhetoric. We deserve everything we get, and everybody who doesn't have a lot of money is a slacker. I'm gonna make $1 billion off of Insignia, and then I'm gonna just take it and invest it in crypto. AI is the future, and then I won't have to lose all my profits to paying employees on my payroll. Did I get you back? Where are my follows?
You coming?
Yep, I am. One sec. I gotta go chat. Now everyone's angry. I actually have to go. I have to go. I said I would go, and then I didn't go. And now I'm gonna go. Thanks everyone for checking out this stream today. I had a lot of fun. I hope you did too. It's time. Hey, this was pretty fun. I hoped you liked it too. Feels like we've just begun when suddenly we're through. Goodbye, goodbye, good friends, goodbye. Who are we raiding? Oh. My dinner plans just got pushed back half an hour. I guess we stay. Man with 0 game dev experience. That sounds cool. Eating pizza right now. Let's go. Thanks, everybody. It was a pleasure. Wishlist Insignia and join the playtest. Sign up for the playtest if you're interested. I'll see you all very soon. I'll see you very soon, I know. Very soon, I know. Catch you on Monday, everybody. We'll be doing more Insignia dev. See you soon. As always, I've been Adam. You've been the Pixel Pals. This has been the Indie Tales Game Dev live stream. Until next time.